It's a stab party.
Yeah. Morning. Good afternoon. Good evening. What's up, Alden? What's up, Chris? Oh, my goodness. Features. More features and fixes. Oh. Good stuff. Nothing else completely broken yet. Server chats after delivery. Nice. All right. So, did a bunch of tweaks. A bunch of tweaks. Now we got drop downs for the direction facing instead of having the stupid check boxes like go that went all the way across. So that's updated. Yay. That'll be a lot easier. Even though you can put a specific rotation. I was like, I just put the 45-degree angles and the 90-degree angles in there just to make it easier for that. Other features that were just added between last night and this morning. So now whenever anybody creates a session, you get session presets. And it remembers all the settings that you chose for the entire session. And it makes a record of it. And what you can do is you can load any previous session and it'll dump them in to all the spots automatically. So that way you have quick access to choose previous game modes or arenas or whatever, and do it much faster. You could also like load it from here too and choose one. Which actually that cleared it, so I need to fix that too. But so preloads everything automatically, and then if you use an old session, there's a uses, so it tallies which ones that you've used the most often. Also, you can favorite, and your favorited ones will always appear at the top of the list. And then you can also delete the presets if you wish. It gives you all the information about it, so who the owner was, the arena, the weather. And if the weather doesn't have a time cycle, then it gives you the weather and the exact time, the mode, the kit, duration, so kills or time, the data was created, and uses. And then you just click load for any of them. So that fully works. It's so much easier, and it works awesome. The weather cycles works fantastic. You just basically need to test a bunch of the different other settings though. But same, you just put the steps in, the duration between each of them, and you just put the zone and the time of day, and then it just bounces between them and cycles through the entire match. It works awesome. For release might not be good for users to share settings with others. The only thing for that would be to export like wave types, like weather cycles. Yes, because it's generic. Because it has to be specific to Hytale. So weather cycles, yes. Kits, yes. But if it's only Hytale and not other modded stuff. Same thing with chests. Mob templates, to a point. It just depends on if there's mods enabled in it and whatever they chose. So it has to be weather's the only generic one. Because there's probably other mods that can add other weather, but weather right now is 100% Hytale. Mobs, chests, and kits and arenas are all, they're too custom. So you can't. You could do that, but yeah, it would be like if it's specific to Hytale. So like everything here is all Hytale in engine, like in game. So we can have a bunch of presets. But yeah, like an import code could be kind of cool for that. But yeah, that could be like future. But actually, yeah, it'd have to be specific to Hytale, or generic enough for Hytale. Unfortunately, good idea though. It probably would be really easy to have an import code or something that could reference it. What else? The locked kits are now an option for when you do the arena. So for instance, like for the Halo map, so if we chose Halo, normal cycle, free for all also has, you can enable or disable health regen, so that works. And also there's kit and locked kit. If you choose locked kit, that means in the lobby you will not have the option to change the kit, so it's bound to whatever the owner chooses. That's also new, and it works fantastically. So when we're releasing, we gotta play test and just go through and just clean up the UI, because right now the playtesting will tell us what we need to just clean up or fine-tune the process, and then it's good to go. I mean, I'm trying to think of what other feature that Alden, did you say the other day? Because I think the shield blocking hasn't been implemented. We need to test it. What other feature that we wanted to do? Locking the kit was the other one. Health regen for free-for-all mode. That's set. What other feature did we need for this? So I think everything else I wrote down I got implemented already. I don't remember if there's anything like off the cuff that isn't in now. Trying to remember. Can't remember. Yeah, graphics. Graphics UI in the flow. Something else we can't remember. Hold on. Blocking with the shields, bypassing, not actually blocking damage. That was, yeah, not correct. Nice. No. No. Important. No. Weather cycle record of session creations is done. Loading presets is done. Preset pages. Yes. No. Yeah. Nothing from my notes that I can see that was weird or like something that we needed to fix or add. Yeah, so right now it's like if you're in a new area that doesn't have an arena, you can right click and with a page in your hand and you can create the arena. So that's done. When the page is in your hand and you're in the arena, it'll tell you which arena that you're in. And also if you look at a particular block, you can right click it and it'll edit that specific block. So these are all working now. Also, if you right click in the arena in the open air, it loads the full info page for the arena. The show boundaries button now is a toggle. So if you click this, it'll just slightly pulse now, but it'll stay on because that was also because I tried to do another arena before and couldn't tell what my boundaries were. So that's fixed. Oh, that's good. One thing that suggested was the custom. Yeah, the custom blocks. Yeah, so custom blocks are done. We got the player spawns, mob spawns, and chest spawns, and they clear correct. They're the correct order of operation for when you create the instance. They get cleared properly. So that's working. The right clicking in the midair works correct now. So yeah, there's no other features I can think of. What's up, JP? No other features I can think of at the moment until we go through and play test more of what any pitfalls could be. But right now, everything is pretty solid and works flawlessly with the database too, which is awesome. The one thing I do at the test though is doing it through H2 and not just MariaDB, just to make sure that that indeed does work correct. That's the only other thing I got to check or test out. But yeah, it's working really good. Yeah, weather cycles works fantastically. Just have to. A lot of the other stuff will be like, hey, Hytale's a work in progress. As Hytale's in if they've been using H2 and decided to move to probably have to add a button for that. Let me add that to my notes. Because that would be the logical step, right? You would go from H2 to MariaDB. Let me add this to my list. Option to... button and Save. All right. Save that. Set up a MariaDB instance. The box is hosting. Yeah. We could definitely test that. It's quite a bit using it. Yeah. We for sure. Yeah, we can test all that stuff. Okay, so yeah, database migration button. If was working in an H2 first, and then you want to migrate over to MariaDB, simple button. After you fill in the database information for MariaDB, you can click migrate database, and then it'll automatically do the conversion or import the data over from the other side from H2 to the MariaDB. That I said that stuff I'm not worried about because it nails database stuff so easily. That'll be, yeah, that's okay. That's in my list. Initiate DB? What does that mean? Sorry for my... So if you were to change the settings in our system to put in the hosts, yeah. I would assume that's what it would do. But yeah, that makes sense. Out of the test data. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I guess we could do that. Since now we have the full scope of the entire database, we can just do a random mock entry, right? For every field to make sure that everything's populated, I guess. Add to this list. Commands to. Yeah. Okay. Save. Done. Cool. Okay. Added. We'll get that done. I don't think there's anything else I was working on this morning. I was just getting the session presets working. And that was like the locked kits, enabling, disabling, auto regen for free for all. The positions of these guys for the drop down. Because it was just put check marks like out of the page too, which was just stupidly annoying. Cool. God, it's so much easier. Yeah, just going through and like little best practices of like hey, these weathers work really good at these specific times, or these mobs actually fight each other, and these mobs just won't fight each other because of Hytale's system. So it's specify that like Hytale is also an alpha, so things are just not going to work as you would think they would be intended to work. Which again is really interesting for us because then we get to see how it actually works. Like there are factions, and certain mobs just won't attack other ones. And it'd be like, hey, this would be a cool feature for you to add to the vanilla game, so we can like tap into it or hijack it or whatever. So boundaries set and good. Yeah, it's just going through the flow and just cleaning up the UI so that the process is easy. And then obviously graphics, but yeah, and then the main. Yes, you have weather cycles and then session presets. So you have 2 extra ones. So this is the main arenas, kits, chests, mob, templates, weather cycles, and then session presets, and that's it. That's everything. That's every system. I mean, besides the actual config stuff over here, but that's fine. I want to add more information to this. So right now, I added this system in because it was really annoying just to remark out logging whenever shit would break, or we just didn't need it anymore. So made it dynamic. So when you go into this page, you can enable or disable any logging on the fly for any system, which is really convenient. So if you want to see like damage modifiers or blocking, protect, or mob versus players or anything of that sort, you can just enable it, and then console will show it in real time. So really nice. So we have session instance, the cleanup at the end, the free for all respawn because we were testing that before. So that's all dynamic, which really convenient. And then yeah, we got the countdowns, the database stuff. Also, there's a pending restores in here too. So if you want to see if there's an active session, you can see if people are pending restores before their sessions. And then the mob debug panel is here, so that if you click on this, it actually gives you the list of all the mobs in a game, and it tells you who they're targeting or who they're currently targeting, which again is really cool. Cool. Yeah, just to go through and, as I said, go through the flow of what it would take to go through and create everything. Yeah, exactly, Eldon. I was thinking about doing that this morning, and I'm like, no, we gotta just play test it a little bit more. I was gonna do like a mock teaser, like an alpha teaser, and be like, hey, this is what we're currently working on. This is a work in progress. This is the whole flow of how everything works, just to see if it picks up any traction on YouTube and just people like comment or whatever, or have an interest in it. Just also to, even though these are all streamed, it's cool to document the process and to see if like what the flow is, to look back at it and see like what things can change. But yeah, 100% from start to finish for every aspect of the plugin itself, that there'll be like timestamps tutorial about how everything works, like inside and out. So yeah, video 100%, because I mean, having like a nicely formatted article is nice, but videos are better. Videos for sure. Probably do like short, like one-offs, like 1 minute. Like, how to create an arena, how to set up player spawns, mob spawns. Like, do the short versions, and then do like the full, like, hey, from start to finish, we'll do a whole arena. Because I mean, essentially with our plugin, you can select any area in the world and create an arena out of it. Like, you don't even need to have like design skills. You can just be like, hey, let's do this. We're gonna go here and go. Right? Do that and go, boom, arena, done. It's really cool. Yeah. 100% both. Yeah, docs will be overly stocked of information, and then the videos will be thorough with specific details about each aspect of everything. Like, I'll probably go through also, like, do something like this and just create a huge plane. Or even probably do both. Do this and then do, like, hey, like, you can choose an existing area. I'll do both types, but this is a good example of, like, hey, placing down your player positions and then doing the generate from blocks, and then it creates all the spawns. But then you can also right-click these and change the information about everything about what team they're on, or what direction it's facing. Because chests can only go north, south, east, or west, and like all that. So from both sides, like super plain to like real world example. This is kind of what we did yesterday with this. I created an arena out of this section just because I liked the design of this. I just put down a bunch of like mob blocks and player spawns, and yeah, worked fantastic on the fly. Yeah, I think I did. Do I have it in here? No, Island was the other one. This one was named something different. So let's do that. Let's do marble. Do weather cycle. Let's do 4v4. I'll choose ranger. Kill count. Do 10. Great. Let's change this to. Oh goodness. Ow. Oh, okay. Weather change. It's going to change every 10 seconds. Oh. Everything's too far away. Hello? With the grass? Oh god. Ow! Oh, snow. I suck. Stop moving away! God damn it. Ow. They're chasing. Sir, help. Help. Team, please. Oh, the mobs, yeah, they no longer attack after they're dead. So, yay. No phantom things being thrown. Uh-oh. Maybe? Yep. Die. So my guys are like all the way over there. Oh. What's that? Oh. I know about the logic of when the mobs fall off the map. That I have to see what happens. So they should technically respawn at some random spot, the same way the players do, but I don't think it's set up that way right now. I think if they fall off the map, they just kind of like, they're stuck in the void forever. So that'll need to get fixed. Goodbye. Sir. Where? Hello? Okay. No, stop. Hey. Cool. Yeah, so you see the dynamic weather works pretty good. And some of them are stupidly hard to see. Like desert, the sandstorm, or like cave fog, or some certain ones are just like super difficult to see. It's hilarious, especially on like the Halo map. Like, impossible. Yeah, and then since that was done, and that was a new configuration. Yeah, so islands, so trees, the name of the arena, or no, marble, normal. 4v4 kit, 10 kills. Yeah, so you can just click on load here. Let me favorite that. You can click load, and then it'll just preload that setting. And then if you have something in here and something changes, like if you do, like if marble gets renamed, it'll try to load everything that it can and then just notify you of whatever's been altered, so that it doesn't like completely crash out. So that's one thing I made sure that was like, yeah, this is 100% going to happen. Some kit's going to get renamed, or a mode's going to get renamed, or weather, or things are going to get deleted or removed or added. So we need a way to fall back to be like, hey, this was, you know, it tried to load whatever it could load. And then, so there's like safeguard to make sure that that does work correct. But yeah, so now you can just click load on here and loads everything up. Super cool. Yeah, really cool idea. Because I wanted like a quick access button, so you have to like keep putting everything in, especially if you have like a game mode that you really enjoy playing, to use those same settings over and over again. And it's also like server wide too, so you can see anybody that creates a session, you can see like what they chose and just load them up if you wish. Yeah. Cool. All right, I'm gonna get some coffee. This is in the process of being made, so I'll be back in a moment, and then we will go through doing, I guess, starting a session, doing a, I guess, creation of an arena from scratch, and then to see what the flow is and see what needs to get changed. I'll be back in a moment, and then we'll get cracking. Right. Cheers. Okay, so if you were to start this from scratch, right? Let me get rid of all this stuff. Probably should do like a real world example. Technically, all you need is yeah, because it makes it a lot easier because the page is done. So I guess we'll do like mark this importante. Okay, so you throw the jar in your mods file, mods folder on a server or your single player world, right? You load up your obviously opt because you have to be in order to actually set anything up correctly. That's always first and foremost, right? Yeah, let's go to random. So you can choose any previous location or build or something pre-existing in the worlds that you have, or just build something new that you would want to create into an arena. But we're just going to choose like a pre-built area. I mean, technically, yes. Let's do something a little bit smaller so that we know or can see exactly what's going on. But technically, you can create an arena out of any area that you want. The size, that I don't know. That we have to put through the tests. Technically, it could, I guess that's the limit on whatever the selection tool can actually handle. I mean, we could test that, but right now, I think our biggest arena is like 100 something blocks by 50 something blocks by 100 something blocks, something like that. We can put it through its test to see if like exactly like how big of an area we can do. But let's see if we can find just like even like a simple like village or building or something that we can use as an arena. In the middle of the ocean. I mean, you could probably have water flowing out the sides. As long as it's an entity that can be copied, then it should be fine. So if you were to have like a river in between, technically yes. But it also to make sure that if it's like if this is like cut off like squared here, then obviously the water is going to flow off the edge of the world into the void. So that you probably want to be cautious of, or just water flowing down into wherever. Wait, let's go right here. Something really simple. Plains-esque. Say hi to the fox. Hi, buddy. All right, so you found your location. You want to make it an arena. So as long as you're opt, you can type in skill, technically check, and you'll have 4 items. So there's the admin page, and then there's chest spawn, mob spawn, player spawn. You can just right click that, put 1 in your inventory, and you can put it below. And then the other thing that you're going to need is the selection tool, which is the last tab across the top, and then is a part of the builder tools. You need the selection tool. That's how you set the boundaries of the arena itself. So you can put that. You can just click and drag that below. So you'll have that. So when you have the admin page in your hand, all you have to do is right click. It says create PvP arena. This is again a work in progress. This is like the raw side of this. All this is going to be enhanced graphically and stuff, but basic idea. Gonna name it. We'll say this. We'll call this Plains. Create the arena, and it launches with the arena info page. This is where the bulk of where you choose the game modes, the location of the actual arena itself. You can set the player spawns, the mob spawns, the chest spawns, and then you can also TP to the arena as a quick button if you need to navigate around to your previous locations. You can also protect the arena, so if you don't want the blocks to get destroyed in the middle of your battle or your fight, you can protect it. So you don't technically have to use like world protect or stuff or mods like that. We'd have to test it to see if it does work or if it conflicts with anything else, but this works right out of the box. And then you can show cubes, dummies, and chests. We'll do that later on. And also we'll do the generate from the skill check blocks. We'll do that also. And then you can also delete the arena, which will delete it from your local database. So right now it does put a generic box around the boundaries. So if you click on show boundaries, you're going to get a really large box showing you the border of the arena itself. This is just mocked. Probably going to make that much smaller. So if you're anywhere within the arena itself and you right click with the admin page, it'll load the arena info so you can see it on the fly. If you're outside of it and you right click, it'll try to create a new arena. So it knows when you're in the bounds of the arena itself. So this is where you can use the selection tool and you select the range that the arena should technically be in. So you go to one corner, you can click and drag one of the edges and just go over as far as you want. And then you go to the side and drag this over this way. And we're going to go all the way over here. We're going to go to here. And then we're going to drag this up. And we'll go to about there. So then that is the boundary of the arena that we're going to set for this area. So make it whatever size you want. After that's done, you go back to the admin page, right click, and you're going to click on Set from Selection. Once that's done, if you go back to the selection tool and press delete on your keyboard, you'll see that the new boundary is now the correct size. You have to make sure that your entire arena, from your floor, from your lowest point to your highest point, is within this box. Otherwise, when you create the prefab for the arena itself, it's going to, whatever's outside of this is going to be missing completely. So you want to stylize your arena so that, you know, if there's gaps or if you want walls along the sides, they got to be within the actual arena itself. All right. And then you can toggle show hide boundaries on the fly, and then probably a good idea to keep it in just because you can see like where your boundaries are. Now, since that's done, now you can do the player spawns, chest spawns, and mob spawns. These are the locations of where your players, chests, and mobs are going to spawn for the arena itself, depending on whatever configuration you go for. So you just basically place down a bunch of player spawns. We'll do 4 per side, so we'll do 2 teams of 4 per each. All you do is just right-click, placing a block down, much like a wool block. Done. So say if you just wanted PvP. So you got 4 over here and 4 over there. Now we need to configure them. Or actually, no. Now we need to do is you need to right-click, because right now there's no player spawns. So after you place the blocks in the arena, you click on Generate from CS Blocks. And now there's 8 points. That scans every block in the arena for these particular blocks that you can edit or add into the arena. Now, it also, if I decide to add in 2 more to this list, it will know which ones are new and ignore the previous ones. So now we can go back to here. See, there's 8 points. You can click on Generate. Now there's 10. And if you look at the text chat, it says, well, we'll fix that, but it'll say 2 spawns have been added, 0 chest, and then 8 skipped because the 8 ones were the previous ones. So it knows of what's new and what's not. Now you can edit the details of each particular spawn or each particular player spawn or whatever one you choose. When you have the admin page in your hands and you look at it, you'll get the overlay on your screen. You right click on it and then you can edit the team ID, technically the location, but you're going to want to change that by actually deleting the block and then moving it to another position and then regenerating it. So that process, that's probably going to get tweaked. And then also what direction the player is going to be facing when they get teleported to this position. So you can choose if they want to, if everyone on this side should be facing west, you can change this to west, and then it saves it automatically. So every player spawn that's added initially is always team ID of 1. So what we want to do is we want to keep these 1, so we don't have to edit these at all. These we're going to change to team 2. You're gonna look at it, right click, and then go to save changes. And then also like this page shows up so you can quickly, you don't have to right click on each. You can actually go through these as long as you know the names of everything, you can edit and change it on the fly from that page too. You don't have to do the right clicking and save and then exit out. And so you have a choice in that matter. 2, save, and right click, 2, save, done. And then all the changes are here. So team 1, 1, 2, 1, 1. So you see the full list of what each team is on, and also the direction. It doesn't say north, south, east, west. It says the radial, like 0 to 270 for the rotation or the axis that they're set. And then also here you can also delete entries if you wanted to. And then also to see that they are working, you can right click with your admin page and click on show dummies. And this will actually put player dummies in the world with their name, their team, and then their coordinates. So if you wanted a visual of what it looks like, you can see it that way too. And if you go over here, these should say team 2. So these are all team 2. So you can verify, like, oh, I don't like this. I don't like player spawn number 7. You can just right click this. Probably should have a delete button. So, okay, see, this is why we're doing it live. Delete button for this. Cancel. So that was 7, right? So 7, you can delete it from here. We'll add that button to the other side. But yeah, and then hide dummies, and then the dummies are gone. That's it. So this is the only thing that you wanted. You just wanted team versus team. You're going to right click on the admin page. You're going to make sure that you can do 1v1, 2v2, 3v3, 4v4. Or free-for-all, technically. Because you can technically have multiple people in the same arena and it's just going to choose any of the spots. It doesn't matter what team it's on. A free-for-all just uses any player spawn position. Once the blocks are in, the arena's exactly the way you want it tailored to act or to be as structurally goes. The blocks are in, so the player spawns, the mob spawns, or the chest spawns, the blocks themselves. As long as the boundary is set correct, so the entire arena is selected and the boundary is set, you're going to do is you're going to click create prefab. And that is going to make skill check underscore the name of the arena that you just named. Anytime you make an update to the arena for the spawn blocks, to the actual aesthetics of the arena itself, add in like a tree or some, a tunnel or whatever the case may be. If you alter it anyway, you always have to click on recreate prefab. You have to do that every single time. Otherwise, if you make a change and then just go fight into this arena again, it doesn't know what you did. You have to recreate it. So there's that. Now, since that's done, or actually, I'm gonna turn off the boundaries. That's not needed anymore. So now this is finished. Now, when we go to SCK space play or skill check space play, you're going to get this screen. Again, work in progress. Might get altered a little bit. You're going to click on create session. You can name the session on the top left. The arena that you just created will be listed in here. So we just made it we just created planes. So planes is listed. If it doesn't show here, that means you did not create the prefab that you had to do on this side over here on the arena info page. You have to create the prefab first in order for the arena to get selected to show here. It should tell you, it'd be like, hey, you have to create a prefab first or create an arena first. But if you did it correctly, it'll list here. So there's planes. So right now, this is the first go at it. You do not have a weather cycle set, so you can choose the weather. This is all within Hytale. there's a ton of different zones and a ton of different like just types of weather you can choose from. So you can just click one. You can also choose dawn, midday, dusk, or midnight. Those are just different preset time stamps or times for the world itself. So we'll make it dawn. The game mode are the options that you chose within the arena. So when you drop this down, you can choose. We did free for all, 1v1, 2v2, 3v3, or 4v4. Let's choose 3v3. The loot type is we're going to need to add in preset vanilla Hytale kits because you're not going to have options for this right now at this current moment. So we're going to have to put in some default kits just so that this can work right out of the box. So this is a red flag. You have to create the kits, and the kits can be whatever you wish. You have complete custom ability to make whatever you want. So we have Ranger, Fire Mage. We actually have a Halo map, Frost Mage, Fighter, Assassin, Barbarian. So I'm just going to choose Ranger. So we'll have like maybe I'll just put a default kit just for like, have like a bow and arrow, sword, food, whatever. And then you choose the duration, either a time limit or kill count. So I'm going to choose kill count, and I'm going to choose 5 kills. And then create session. So when you create the session, now, if you've got no friends, which could be possible, you can play alone. You can actually add team mobs to either team. So since we did 3v3, I can add 2 mobs to my team and add 3 mobs to the other team. And then you can also choose their how hard they attack, how much damage they do. So this you could just, it does in like 0.5 increments. And you can also change the type of mob that each team will have. Now this is this is a Hytale like work in progress. This is every single mob in the game. Technically, it should work with modded mobs also. It should just ID everything. So if you're on all and type in whatever you want, it should filter it and show the mob name. If it's going to work, I have no idea. Hytale's system is it's not weird. It's each mob has their own faction, and certain factions will not attack each other at all. We have our own systems in place where we hijack their AI or whatever, and they will actually attack each other and do damage against each other. So ones that do work is a skeleton, and we're going to choose the skeleton burnt alchemist wander and choose that. The skeletons are pretty good. Outlanders are not good. The mobs won't fight each other, but if there's a human player on each team and you have mobs on your team, they will fight each other. Like the players will fight each other, not the mobs. That you have to take you have to just experiment. Let us know in the comments of like, yeah, these mobs are great, and these mobs just don't fight each other. Once you have all this set, click ready. So if you're playing alone, you'll see that the arena's chosen, the 3v3, you chose your kit, your kill count. The arena's ready. That means because this is instance based, the system will preload the arena into its own world, separate from this one. And so when it's ready, it'll say ready here. And then you click ready here. You can also change your kit on the fly if you want to. Once you're ready, start session will be active. You click that, then you get teleported. Make sure you're not in creative. So this is the exact section that we chose to be the arena. When it first loads in, you get a 10-second grace period of just everything that can load in. Then you get a 5-second countdown. your mobs will spawn next to you, or wherever your player spawns were, well, your mobs will spawn next to you. So we got a full 3v3. So as you can see, the Team 2 are now attacking me. Team 1 isn't attacking Team 2. Again, it's a... Hytale is, you know, alpha, beta, whatever it is, whatever state it's in currently. You hope they attack each other. It doesn't always happen. So that's going to be, like, obviously a work in progress. But for the most part, depending on what mobs you can see which mobs will actually attack other ones. It works really well when you have a player versus player and mobs on each other's teams. Works quite well. And then you get the kill feed at the top left, and then the right side, obviously, again, work in progress. Graphics, you know, will be updated eventually. You got the kill counts. The mobs are grouped together, so it's not individual mobs. So when the mobs do attack each other, you'll see them actually get their own kills, and it counts towards whatever the goal is. And then whatever the objective is reached. These guys suck. Good. And okay, one more kill. Hello? And that's it. So, okay, so its math is in... It missed one of the kills. Again, work in progress. It did, but it was 5 kills total that we did. And then you get teleported automatically back to your last location, and your inventory is automatically saved and given back to you when the round is over. So there's nothing that you have to do. The system the system knows your location and your full inventory. So you don't have to remove all your stuff and it failed because you didn't do something. It should just do it automatically. So that's the low of the low of it. That's super nitty. That's like probably the fastest, like having 2 teams. Again, for more of the tweaking of everything, you'd have to go to, as long as you're ops, you go to manage, and then this is where you manage everything. So the arena that we just created, you can go to arenas, and then planes was the one we just made. So you go to planes, and then all the data is here. But also you can go to any other arena and do the same. So I can go to there, I can TP to arena. Now I'm in this particular arena that has its own preset everything. Same admin page, right click on stuff. If you want to change stuff, right click in the arena, and you can edit the data for that one. So you can edit stuff on the fly. I'll go back to planes. TP. Back in the arena. So you can just on the fly go to anywhere that you want. Also, if you look at any block within the arena, it'll tell you like which arena that you're currently in. Also, if you're like at a player spawn, it gives you more data for each. So back to manage. So to add more kits, the mob templates, if you wanted to, the weather cycles, and also your session presets, everything's within the admin page. So if you're at skill check space play, manage at the bottom, or just go skill check space admin, will launch you to this page. Here is where you can click on kits. You can create a new kit. And let's call this defaults. Create kits. And then this is like your full inventory. So you got your armor slot, your utility, so your offhands, your side, your Z access, like over here, wherever it is on the screen. And then your full storage, and then your hotbar. And you have your weapons, armor, food, potions, tools, and technically everything in the game. So you can give your player whatever you want, whatever your heart's content. So if I want a weapon, the the cobalt axe, click on it, and I can click on hotbar. Puts in that position. Everything is saved on the fly. So whatever changes that you do, you don't have to click save again. It just automatically updates it. Also, if you want to do like food, and we'll say grilled fish. If I click on the fish itself, then you can change the quantity. So say if I want to do 10, this one you have to click save change. It should give you the amount, or should reflect the same amount there. You could click on clear. You could also click on clear selection so it doesn't highlight everything. That probably gonna tweak that. But technically now default will only have the battle axe and fish, and that's it for that one. And because this is a saved kit now, it'll show up in the list, the drop down for kits. So you can give yourself armors and then a shield and storage and food and whatever else, whatever your heart's content. You can give your kit whatever you want. So that's kits. Chest is the same thing. Again, work in progress. The graphics need to get updated. This is a loot-based system, so you can, same way, you click on an item and it'll automatically add it over to the right. You have the rarity of the loot. So this is like a loot table system. So you can change the percentages of if something should show more often, depending on your configuration for the actual arena. And then you put in the min and max for each amount, the quantity. And then, yeah, you just, whatever you want to choose for the rarity of it. So if you want weapons to show up way more often, obviously you make them trash or common, and then you can alter it that way. So that's if you have chests set up for your arena. And then mob templates. This is for like mob, like wave-based fighting. We'll do new. We'll call this tutorial. Mob wave. Save name. Save lives. And then obscenity. Okay, and then this is where you add in and you configure the waves themselves. So you can have as many waves as you want. Haven't really tested more than 5, honestly. Maybe in the future we'll do like an infinite wave mode to just see how long you can last. To say if you wanted 3 waves or 2 waves and then you wanted a boss wave, you can set the amount of mobs per wave by just clicking the button. And then for each wave, you can click configure. Each of the waves will have their own mob types and their health and damage multipliers. If you wish to change them, you click on select mobs, and then you just click on a mob, and then you will say skeleton, skeleton, skeleton. We'll choose 5. Confirm. Save config, and then you got 5 types set there, and then you just do the same for each. Select. We'll choose zombie, 2 burnt, 2 frost, and a sand. Confirm. Save. That's done. I got boss. And this one has boss types for this one, so you can go either regular mobs and boss types. And we'll just say Outlander, because these guys are the worst. So Berserker, Brute, Cultist, Hunter, Marauder. Confirm. And then we'll increase these to 3 and 3. Save. Those 3x multipliers. And that's it. That's saved. So now we're gonna have test mob wave is now created for the weather template. For the mob template. Weather's another one. Weather, we're gonna create a new weather cycle and call this chaos. Oh, at least one step. Add a step. There you go. So then this is the steps between each cycle you want to do. So we're going to do this. We're going to do, let's do rain, dawn, and we'll do 10 seconds. We'll do 10. This is going to be chaos. We'll do 10 seconds, right? chaos. Save. Okay, that should be saved. Okay, so that's good. Add. Let's do Swamp Foggy midday. 10 seconds. Add a step. Let's do. There was Blood Moon in here, right? No, here Corrupted Oasis Night. Again, these are you have to experiment with. Let us know in the comments below of like what good combinations are good, like awesome. Some weathers are better at certain times. Specifically, if you want Northern Lights, make sure you choose midnight or like dusk, because otherwise you're not going to see the Northern Lights and it's got to be dark out. So please, things like that, combinations like that, we need to know, because yeah, it's random. All right, let's do Desert Haze, do Dawn. Okay, 5 steps. Cool. Done. So that's weather. We got our mob template. We didn't do chest because we didn't set that up yet. We got our kit. We did our default kit. And then we just did our arena. We did planes, right? So now we go to play and create session. I'm going to choose plane. I'm going to click on use cycle. And then we got chaos. Should automatically be listed. So we're going to click on that. Game mode, let's choose 4v4. The kit, we're going to choose locked kit. And then we're going to choose default. Locked kit means whatever the owner, the person that creates the arena, the players in the lobby cannot change their kit. If you choose just a regular kit, players in the lobby can change their kit to be whatever presets are there. So if you want it to be fight a very particular way, you do locked kit. We're going to do kill count. We'll do 10 kills. We'll do 10 kills and create. So you got planes, 4v4, locked kit, default, 10 kills. The arena's ready. So we're going to add in our mobs. Well, we just did the other one. Let's do this one first, and then we'll do the mob mode since we added the mob mode. That would be interesting. Also, because we have to go to an arena that has mobs in it. We didn't do that yet. So let's try this. Okay, so this weather should be very sporadic every 10 seconds. It should be extreme depending on it from our list that we chose. Hey, buddy. Hi. I'm gonna grab all your attention. Come on. Come this way. Ow. Okay, my guys are not fighting. It happens. Eat some food. Hi. Oh, there's a pit down there. Also, there's a safeguard for the arenas themselves. If you fall off the edge of the world, you will be teleported back to the top. So if you're like, what? There's a safeguard. There's 2 safeguards. There's one immediately below the arena, another one that's super low. Might not work sometimes, possibly. You have to let us know if it does not work for whatever reason. That's my team. Yay! Yeah, so sometimes the mobs will fight with you. I said it works better when there's a player on each team. they will focus more, and they'll also. It seems to be like in the midst of the fights, they will fight each other. The mobs will fight each other depending on which mob type you choose. Yeah, so say if you wanted to update this arena and you wanted to add those mob types in here, so you can go like, you can do this. That was 4. Say 8. Right click. I'm going to choose generate from blocks. There's the 8 points. That just like that. I'm going to click on recreate prefab. That your prefab's recreated. Now it's got the mob spawns in there. And now we're going to do the other game mode that we just added and test it out with this arena. We're going to go play. We're going to create. We're going to go planes. We'll do use cycle. We'll do chaos. I'm going to choose... see, so mob mode is not selected for the arena, so we can't choose it. So we got to go back to the arena info, and we got to select it. So if the game mode isn't showing within the dropdown, you have to select it for the arena. So you go back to your admin page, right-click anywhere in the arena, and then make sure it's selected. Then you go back to here, create, do planes, we're going to use cycle, we'll do chaos. Now mob mode is selected. And then when you choose mob mode, you can choose the wave or the one that you created. So we did tutorial mob wave. It tells you the waves, how many bosses, how many lives. You could technically also build it from scratch. If you wanted to make the full, instead of using a predetermined set for the mob wave, you can actually build it from scratch if you wish. You can also choose the number of seconds between the waves. So I'm gonna say 10 seconds, and then also there's a toggle to heal players between the waves. So in case it gets really difficult and you don't have a lot of food, you can choose to heal between each. And then you got kit. I'm gonna choose ranger. Actually, I'm gonna choose assassin. I'm gonna do this part. Shouldn't matter because it should matter. Yeah, when mob mode is selected, it should be defeating the waves, or you're running out of lives. So this one's probably kill count 10 lives. So this logic has to get changed. So this is gonna change. We're gonna create. Good. So 10 lives. It's already set before. The kit's assassin. There's 3 waves. We're in the arena planes. It's mob. You can change your kit if you want to at this point. We're gonna hit. I'm gonna hit ready. We're gonna start. Taking notes? Cool. Thank you. I appreciate that. So now it's gonna load. Got the initial countdown. And then because you got the mob spawns in the correct positions, then they're going to spawn in randomly at those any of those positions. They'll spawn in randomly. So again, super cool, sir. Also, we have these cubes above us. We just use that as like they're debug cubes. It's just a way to, because there's no HUD for players yet, or at least not to my knowledge. Eventually, when that gets fixed, we'll swap it out. But for now, that's what we have. There's one mob left. Again, UI is gonna get tweaked. So there's one mob. You see, top right corner of the screen. It says that there's one mob left. Oh, there he is. Spawned really far away. All right, done. And then we set the countdown timer to 10 seconds, so that changes dynamically. So whatever you set for the session, you specify it. Yeah, so we got fully healed between the waves. Ow. Oh god. I'm so dead. Yeah, so certain mobs are actually really cool. Again, if you do playtest this, let us know what mobs are like really awesome, like to fight against, or like just a pain. It would be good to like share notes. Maybe we can create some like preset or like defaults, like mob type or recommendations for people to use. Okay. This is gonna suck because Marauders or Outlanders are tough. And they're very aggressive. So my health is half, and now it's going to go full health after this wave. Or when it starts. Hi. Okay, these guys have 3x health. Also 3x damage. I think the damage is working properly. We might have to double check that. Again, okay. And then also if you die, you get randomly teleported or randomly respawned at a safe furthest position from all other living mobs and or players. God damn it. Yeah, so the health 100% works. I think the damage multiplier does work. We have to double check that. Oh my lord. Okay. Stop. They're so tanky. I did 3x. They definitely have 3x health. That's for sure. God damn, dude. Okay. Yes. You're almost dead. Die. Thank you. Sir. You have a lobster claw for a hand? But dude, so tanky. Cool. Oh. Hello? Who are you? Brute. Ow. Yes, I don't think their damage... I mean, we also have, like, full armor for this particular kit, so it might also mess with a bunch of stats. Ow. Yay! And then, yeah, once you reach your goal and you clear all the waves, then you win. And then you get your full list of, like, how the stats went for the entire round. And then you're teleported back. If you were in creative and you pop out, then you're not going to be in creative anymore. So that's just a note. So in case you happen to be like, if you're up here and you start a session and you return, you're going to fall and you're going to die. So just be careful. I probably should put that warning beforehand. Done that a bunch of times. It's because it doesn't remember the state that you were in. It remembers your location in your inventory, but not if you were in creative or not. So that's, yeah, side note for that. And then also for the part of this, you can also look at your stats. You can look at your profile, and this will give you your stats. So if you fought against mobs, if you did PvP, also your recent sessions. It gives you your last 5 previous sessions. I probably need to do like a pagination part of this so you can look at more of your previous sessions. Right now, it's only the last 5. Also, if you're playing this on a server, you can make your profile private or public. And if it's public, you can choose other people within the server, and you can view their stats and then their last sessions also. Cool. And there's also a leaderboard, which then you can see just top kills, deaths, sessions, whatever. I'm padding my stats from doing this. Yeah. And then another like big information is in the manage page and then the gear in the top right. This is where you can enable or disable permissions for the plugin. If you're playing this like locally, you just want to fight against mobs and waves against mobs. You don't need to do the permission checks. You can just disable that. The mob role filter rules and the team mob types. You can... Oh. I need a back button on that. So for the mob filter rules, this basically just removes anything that's not useful to us for the plugin. If for some reason that you have something that requires temple underscore at the beginning of it, you can just remove this, and then it'll be listed in the full like the scroll box of the mob types. Or you can, if you want to specifically exclude things that you do not want to see in the list, you can put in like whatever prefix you want for that or the exact name of it. So a lot of the test stuff they have for Hytale are tamed. We don't need those listed, so you can change that here if you want to. There's also like the post-session countdown. You can change it from 10 seconds to whatever you wish. Also, there is a disconnect and reconnect feature for the game or for the plugin itself. It's set to 1 minute. You can increase it or decrease it if you wish. If a player doesn't reconnect within a minute, they get dropped from the session. That way, when they reconnect, they will be automatically teleported back to their previous saved location and given their inventory back. The database, if I'm not going to click show because that actually shows what we're using right now. But here, you can toggle between H2 is default. But if you want to connect to MariaDB, you can click on MariaDB and put in the host name, password, like all that information for the database side of it. We're going to add another feature over here to migrate from H2 to MariaDB once the information's in, so that it will automatically put in the correct tables and everything, or to initiate that side of it. So that's going to be added. If you do any changes, you need to save the settings and you need to restart the server for those settings to take place. In the middle of a match, you can also check on pending restores, and this will tell you the name of the player, their UID short, what world they're in, their position, their inventory, and what status it's at. So if there's active players in an arena, it'll show within here, just so you know that it is keeping track of it. And then the danger zone, you can clear all your stats from the database, and it'll wipe everything if you want to start from scratch. Debug is probably going to get removed, but this will show you your last 5 sessions that you played. It just gives you your kill log, the spawn log, also like where particular mobs spawned, if there was waves, just useful information, not necessary. You can also export all the stuff to a text file if you wish. I think that's everything. Yeah, other than like, yeah, show dummy, show cubes. Also, just shows cubes within a particular arena. So if I'm here and go show cubes, and so it will show the default or the debug cubes of where things should be. But since we have the actual blocks in the game, you don't necessarily need this anymore. You can also spawn chests to test to make sure that the mechanic actually works or they're actually facing in the correct direction. But that I need to test also because I didn't test it with these because it might overwrite these blocks. So that's a red flag. Probably don't want to do test chests because that'll probably break. But yeah, that's I think that's the bulk of it. Yeah, so you have full customization over the arenas and their locations. Make sure you do the prefabs, what kits you choose, what weapons and food and potions you get. The chest, if you do chest loadouts, you can create a whole dungeon, and then it'll spawn all the chests and automatically fill them. The waves of mobs, you can choose any position you want within the arena itself, and it'll, depending on how many mobs you chose, it'll put that many amount of mobs throughout the entire arena. And also, if you have, like, say you have 20 mob positions, but you only have 10 mobs, it'll choose a random set of those 20 positions to place those mobs. Weather cycles, you could choose what cycles you want it to happen over whatever duration, if you wish. And then this is cool because the session presets is awesome because once you play a session that you really like and you like to play a lot, either with friends, you can click on load and it'll automatically load in every feature that's a part of that session on the fly. And then you can just click on create session and it'll just, your game mode is instantly up. So say if you like the Halo map and you want to do a Halo free-for-all mode, you can just load it. So if even if you're in the create session page, you can click on load preset, and then if I have Halo in here. Yeah, so this one, I'm gonna favorite that. Also need to make sure the favorite does work. Load. There you go. Halo, Sunny, Dusk, free for all, else enabled. The kit's locked because we want it to be specific because of the mode. Great. Ready up. Click start. We got the gun, and then we got the popberry bomb. That's it. And also, you cannot move during the time too. And yeah, because of this particular mode, if I take damage, if I jump from a high enough position and take damage, if I jump from a high enough position and take damage, and then don't take damage for 8 seconds, you'll get health come back. You get your health regen. So as long as you don't take damage for 8 seconds, it'll work. So just like Halo. That's it. Also, if you're the owner, you can go back to the lobby page. You'll see the active session. You can rejoin and you can end session. And you can pre-end the session if you wish. Yay! Anything else I missed? You can invite other players if there's other players on the server. Cool. Let me create a session really quick. Yeah, if you favorite something, it'll show up at the top of the list too, so you don't have to scroll past. So if we do Halo and choose load, create, players will, anyone that's on the server will show up here automatically. You can just click on their name and send invite. The invited player will get a pop-up on their screen saying that, hey, they got invited. All they do is type in /SEK join or /skill check join, and they'll pop into the lobby automatically. And same thing, they just have to ready up. And once they're ready up, once everyone is readied up, then you can click on start session and everyone will be whisked away. And that's it. Also, when you're in this page and you click leave, that destroys the instance, so you don't have to worry about any cleanup. It happens all automatically in the background. Anything else? Am I missing anything? No, other than like the arenas that you say that you have, you just want to save them in a world that you can always have reference to. Importing other like maps and stuff into for right now, your best bet is just to paste it into your world and then create a prefab from that, even if it's like a pre-existing prefab. Is probably your option. That's your best option for now. I don't have another feature to just put in one like that. I had to see about because I want to package like I want to package arenas gray PP like this arena. I want to pre-package this arena because this arena is actually a lot of fun. I want to make this a prefab that you can use right off the rip because it's already pre-configured. I just need to see how I can export it and it'll automatically show in the list for you. It's probably just that's just logistics wise for me to figure out. But this one, the Halo one, if Rez is okay with that. Also the big arena. Also, I was testing like back rooms, just different styles of maps. But definitely this one, this one's a blast, and the Halo one's awesome. You used to have something to work with. Also, just like a default like mob wave, a default like kit would be cool. So you can just like get up and running like super quick. That's something to figure out. But yeah, if there's any other features and stuff that you would like to see in the game that doesn't necessarily exist or is harder to find, leave a comment below on YouTube. It's the best way to see what's happening. Hopefully I edit this down or make it one cohesive video or like at least one section. I'm not going to edit anything out. Once the like fully featured stuff is like worked out, I'll make a concise video about the full process, and then once all the graphics get updated and all that stuff, then yeah, I'll make a proper like tutorial video about how to do XYZ in the full process. But yeah, thank you for watching, and yeah, leave a comment below if this is what you're interested in or yeah, using it. Also, if you do use this for your games, send me links to videos that you play or streams or whatever. I would love to see you guys like use this because that'd be really cool. Okay, I'll see you later. Hey, cool. Hey, see, recording video live. I'll just chop this video down from the stream and just make it its own video. Creation, removal, UI, documentation, descriptions. Yep. Oh. Oh, you mean oh, from here. So a toggle maybe on this page to for like active kits, right? Is that what you mean? So they're listed or not listed. Okay. Yeah, that'll be awesome. Yeah, the mob mode thing, yes, for sure. Yeah, the kit toggling would be cool. I'll do that now, actually, because that's, yeah. Yeah, for sure. Okay, let me let's load up good old Cloud. Okay. What like feature to the cool. Lunch, yeah, enjoy. Yeah, that was awesome. Right now, on the page, it can be selected for use on the create session page to add each kit this way only kits listed. Send. All right. Cool. We got this feature added. That's cool. Makes sense, yeah, because if you're in the middle of working on a kit and you have it named and you don't have everything added in that you want to have in the kit, then it's just gonna automatically be listed or selectable for the owner. And no, it's like once a kit is done, when you mark it as active, then it'll be in the list to be selected because it's deemed finished, right? Yeah. Cool. Features. And then, yeah, so just simple like UI. But yeah, I would definitely want to... I'm going to edit down this video so it's just the front just to end of its full set. And then, yeah, if people are interested in, like, the plugin and just using it. So if you didn't have to play with friends, you could just play, like, just even mob waves or, you know, 4v4, and then you and a couple mobs versus a bunch of other mobs. Still works for the most part. I said until like they change their AI usage, or their like the mob AI. Hopefully the whole faction system gets changed. That would be cool. I said just from working on this project, it's got a lot of suggestions of, or just either I don't know how it works or it's just not possible currently for Hytale and their system design. But it'd be cool to like get this out and get a bunch of eyes on it. It'd be really cool. Also, there's a huge modding thing going on right now, or it's really soon for Hytale, like a big cash rewards too. The thing with it, there's like a new NPC editor that they just released, and also stuff for World Gen V2, like big money prizes. So I might be interested to like look at that, see what's up with that. I just like what they're doing, man. Like the Hytale team and being so like community driven is like, it's awesome. It's funny, from like out of all the years I've ever played Minecraft, I've only ever created like mod packs, like combining a bunch of mods together to make something like interesting. Not really change, like at one point try to change a bunch of like just configs to get certain things to work together better or somewhat progressive. but never like never like this, like a full on from the ground up, like do a game mode from scratch. Even with the knowledge now, I still don't think I would do it for Minecraft. I'd still rather do it for Hytale. Just because, like, the movement and everything for the game is just so much different. Like, the PvP side of it, even PvE side of it is so much better. Yeah, I thought about that, like, earlier today. And you're like, yeah, even with the AI tools, like, as powerful as they are now, and to the point, like I said, I have, like, minimal programming knowledge. I could definitely sense red flags when I see them. Like, no logic enough, or things that should make sense, or certain orders of operation that make sense. But like coding Java and stuff like that, minimal. So this is a huge, like, using Claude Code was a massive help in getting any of this, like, up and running. Been crazy. Really cool. It's just like, yeah, knowledge of utilizing the systems to make sure that it doesn't get off track, to make sure that you can guide it correct, and then it just figures it out. Really cool. Yeah, just wild. Side note, Phasmophobia had an update, and they redid Tanglewood. So that'd be interesting to check out. Almost want to, like, maybe put this up as an alpha onto Kirsch's site, you know? Like, hey, if you run into bugs, it's gonna feature. A mods are an alpha. I mean, the only reason I say it is because it's in a really good working state right now, right? Like, almost fully featured. Besides, like, cleaning up UI and, yeah, documentation, whatever. Yes. Build. Okay, hopefully this is gonna break. Fine. Refresh. Copy jar. Oh no, 100%. Console. Restart. Yeah, I'll see about that. I'll see about after the other feature stuff to add in, or if there's any other like big bugs that we come across. Getting like some basic documentation up. Because it would be nice. Because I said I don't know how long it takes for the approval process for it to get a mod approved. To put on their site. But yeah. Also, do want to make a credits or thanks page too, just of like Alden, if you want to put like Cybermancy Gaming or any links or stuff like that. I want to make some type. I want to make some type of like page for that too. This is just like as a thank you. Tip as they are, my packs approvals usually take less than 12 hours. Cool. Okay, cool. Yeah. Definitely make a like a credits page. Just say thank you for everyone that's helped out so far, and any like relevant links and stuff. Okay. Play. Manage. Cool. Feature. Yep. Send. Every time.
Oh.
Oh, hold on. Let me do this. Escape. Make sure.
Oh.
Send. That's what you need to do. I said, almost need like, because of how this works, you almost need like a wrapper for you type in your specific problem that you have, but depending on what it is, you need to tag on other terminology that should be included with your statement, but you just don't think to actually add it because it's really annoying, and you would think that the AI would be smart enough to know what the problem is of what it should do. Like, I shouldn't have to be like, make sure you follow the UI best practices, because it should already know that, but it doesn't. So you have to do it every single time. So, oh yeah, of course.
Oh.
I will gladly say this was like 95% AI. For sure. Oh yeah, because every single one is like I said, co-authored by Claude Code or whatever. It's like that's fine. Oh yeah. Mm. Yeah, but have you tell you that? Probably, yeah. I guess so. Yeah, I think people get mad at that stuff for the wrong reasons. It's like what the Call of Duty team did, wrong. What the Expedition 33 team did, perfectly fine. Like it's all like use by use case, right? People just like up in arms, like, using that. What book? Nah, it's just it's a really good tool. Yeah, just on like how you utilize the tool. Correct, right? Find it. Go. Go on the deep end. Yeah. No, that is true. People are stupid when it comes to that. Supposedly fixed that. Back it over. Yeah, like Expedition 33 got an award taken away from them because of because of AI usage. I'm like, dude, people are so fucking dumb. It's like the level of incompetency between all of that and people that make decisions or whatever. It's so stupid. Like, that's why you can't trust like the whole like game reviews. That's why you trust like people that actually play the games, or like YouTubers, or people that, you know, like user scores. You always trust the user score, right? You never trust the Kotaku's, IGN's, whatever the case is. Like you never trust them, because they're just either A, don't play the game, B, they're opinionated as hell, so that like that particular person who did the review in the first place is gonna like a particular game style or whatever, or they're bought out, right? And the same people that make choices on like who wins awards, whatever else, and like the actual like uses of tools, yeah. And the people that bitch about that stuff probably don't even play the games to begin with, which is even the funnier thing. It's like, you, for one, you're never gonna never play the game to begin with. Two, probably don't even play games to begin with. To be honest. Hey, cool. Let's test it. Well, that's fine. That's fine for now. We can tweak the UI later on. Inactive. Let's see. Back. Creates. Gray. That's fine. 4v4 kit. Not listed. Go back. Edge. Kits. Active. Go back. Back. Create. Gray. 4v4. Default. Cool. Works. Awesome. Yay. All right, so mob mode, right? Gray. That's mob mode. Template. Stupid hard. Yeah, the whole duration section for that can be just ignored, depending how the logic is for that. Okay. Time to go back over here. Go ahead. Plan mode. Okay. It's for the great session page. The game mode. Selected. And we send. All right. Cool. All right. Look at the duration removed because it's literally based on the number of lives you have set for the team for mob mode. Time limit's not necessary. I'm still thinking of this side, thinking about like the industry and whatever. I'm still thinking about like who was the creative or game director or creative director behind High Guard. Because those people are delusional, like insanely delusional. But I also can't even imagine working on a team that doesn't give like constructive criticism back to be like, hey, like this isn't good or like something to that effect, right? Like it is mind-boggling that, yeah, truly mind-boggling. It's like some of those people are so disconnected from like just the industry that they're in. It's like, granted, like you might think that something might be fun for yourself, but to automatically think that the masses are going to enjoy it, like, there's a limit. It's like you gotta get like outside opinions though, and like true constructive criticism. Not people are just gonna want to glaze you because you're in that position. Like, yeah, this is great, this is awesome, it's gonna be the next big hit. Like, Because if anything, gamers just want good games to play, not to bitch about games that suck. It's like you can't blame us. It's like we want to play good games. We enjoy good games. We will spend money for good games and play good games and recommend good games to other people to purchase said game. Like, and it's like you can't blame Jeff Keighley for the spotlight that it put onto the game, because honestly, if the game never had that spotlight, it probably wouldn't even have a tenth the amount of players that it had when it for the maximum concurrency that it got, like almost 100,000 people to play. Like, guess what? If the game was actually good, the players would have stayed. That's how it works. It's not rocket science. If the game is fun, people will stick around to continue to play it. But if like 80 to 90% of the people leave, might be a red flag. I don't know. Go. Okay, it's probably gonna break this this UI, but that's fine. We need to completely redo the create session page UI anyway, so as long as the core function of it works, then we can just simply rearrange stuff so it's a little bit more Understandable. Yeah, crazy though. Oh, there's also there was recently the article about was it Blue Point, the company that does like remakes of games? It was like they're basically what they're known for, right? They pitched to redo or to remaster Bloodborne, which personally never played because I think it's only PlayStation, right? And it's supposed to be like one of the best Souls like Elden Ring like that genre. No, denied it. It's like companies must really hate money. Especially for something like that. It's like you must hate money. Put restart. I feel like this UI is gonna break in this. I feel like it's also gonna, when I click on mob the creation, it's gonna actually just make the entire column disappear and like shift everything around. That's what I feel like is gonna happen. And it's gonna look really stupid. But then, like I said, the whole UI itself is gonna get completely rehauled. So as long as it works correctly, then the UI we can mess with later on. I just removed it. That's fine. Wave. Oh, I didn't click wave template. C. Tutorial. Great. Cool. Ready. Go. Test it. I think, yeah, there's mobs in this one. I redid this arena this morning with the new blocks. Ow. Freaking blocks down. Ugh. Oh god. Ow! Ow! It hurts so much. Huh. Woo! Nope. You guys were stacked.
Bleh.
Oh. Oh. Ah! Okay. Ow! You son of a... Oh my god, you hurt. Sir! Ha! That's right. You gotta aim at his feet because Hytale mechanics. Ow! I'm so dead. Dude, the perfect parry stun is awesome. What? Dude, that's so cool. Everyone upstairs? Yeah, everyone is up there. I'm glad they can't push each other off. Whoops! Hi! Oh, bye. Ow! Dude, seriously? Hell yeah. What? No! I died! Son of a... Hey! Yeah, it's still fun. Ah, cool. It's okay. So it still works. So the UI just has to get tweaked, but it's implemented, so that's awesome. Cool. Kits, UI, mod mode removal. Cool. Okay. So just, yeah, just full on, just general UI. Needs to get tweaked. I'm so happy to get the blocks working right. The cubes working correctly. It's so nice. But yeah, Alden, did you see that there's Hytale's having a modding contest with big money prizes for different categories? I think 2 of them is the World Gen V2, and they've released an NPC editor recently. But it might be something cool to look into to see what categories they're doing or whatever. Ooh. Neat. Excuse me. All right, I'm gonna get some more coffee. Only had half of it. Now it's cold, so I'll be back in a moment. And yeah, we'll see what else we can do. All right, I'll be. Do 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 do. Cheers. Good. I was like, any other spot that I died? Like, whoops. Okay. Yeah, it's cool. Yes. More more arenas. I love the makeshift bounce pads though. It's so much fun. Okay. All right. Anything from this page that needs to get... I don't think this screen, other than like logo, nothing else needs to get changed about this page. This is a position of the create session and view profile needs to get... That needs to get bumped down a little bit. But other than that... Yeah, I still want to have a credits page. Or like thanks page. If you want to support more. Further development. Entity count should be an admin. That's wrong. Yeah, we need to do pages for this because it's going to get too much if there's like a crap load of sessions going and there's settings that are always changed. This is going to become a problem. Okay, I'm gonna do this I'm going to fix this now because, yeah, that's going to be an immediate problem. Okay. How many? That was perfectly 10. Cool. We have like 15. Max of 15. We need to. And see, understands what I mean. Yeah, so we'll have like 15 sessions on the first page, and then we'll have a hopefully dynamically add more pages to show the other sessions. So we have like just a running record of all the other ones. Cool, because it's just like it's like a history. But it still would be cool to have all this information. Yeah, it's like for one, I don't think it's gonna get. I don't think this has a scroll box in it. So even if I was do a whole bunch of more sessions, it would just run off the page. So that's one. Two. Even if it wasn't a scroll box, it would still go on forever, and we need to have limited amount of per each page. So I'm gonna do that now. Alden, did you see the Simon posted about the modding contest that they're having? A whole bunch of different categories and a crap load of money. Like that might be interesting. Might be interesting to look into, or see what they're what specifically they're like doing, or what categories they're doing. Because I know the big ones. I know that they just released their NPC editor tool, the new one, and then the World Gen V2, or it's like the main ones, right? Yeah, I really need to look into that though. Primary, yeah. That makes sense. It'd still be cool to look into though, to see like how what they're looking for. Also, do you know how long it is, or like when it's starting? I didn't read it at all. I just saw like the Discord post. Like, glanced through it. It was like right before I went live. I was like, oh, that's cool. Yeah, more community-driven stuff. Awesome. Fantastic. Woo. I wonder what the NPC editor is, because that could be like super helpful for this particular project too. Experiences? Hey. Doesn't say when. Yeah. Yep. Might be perfect timing. This is I'd say this is an experience. If that's what it means. Adventure maps, mini games, hard modes, deep systems, skill trees, progression, PvP. Oh, yep, absolutely. Okay, then yeah, 100% should submit this then.
Oh.
That'd be awesome. Stupid site. Auto playing sounds. The hell? Mm-hmm. Immediately playable, clear goals, basic onboarding, polish matters. Yeah, so it's like integrating a custom map and presetting everything so that you could just load the prefab instantly. That'd be the best. Polish matters, UI, sound, visual feedback, custom content integration is a plus. NPCs, world gen, gameplay pulled together will stand out. Show it in a short gameplay video with other players. If multiplayer, simple instructions to anyone. Jump in fast. Yeah, could do that. 10 grand would be crazy. Yeah, could probably do that. Just got to clean up the UI, but yeah, I guess depending on create a mod author account. Did that already. Upload your project. Yeah, I have like almost the information filled out already. Oh, it's a while. March 3rd. So the submissions are open now. Mid-contest prizes March 17th. March 31st, mid-contest prizes number 2. April 14th, mid-contest prizes number 3. April 28th, submissions closed. May 5th, finalists announced. Voting opens. May 12th, winners announced. Yeah, absolutely. 100% will join this. End of April for submissions closed. Yeah, that's awesome. Oh no, yeah, no, all that stuff will get completely removed for sure. %100. It's nice as a placeholder just to see of like how it would look, but yeah, I need Chris's help. Even for those pages, we could just either have images or just simple text. We don't necessarily need artwork there, although it would look cool. I do like the images there though. I think it flow's nice. Bookmark. Okay, bookmarked. Build to verify. Let's go. Oh, done. Files. Fresh. Copy it over. Yep. More AI artwork. Just put everywhere. Do that have like the old school like Will Smith eating spaghetti? You just put that and have him just hold different signs that say different words. Awesome. Hmm. I just gotta make more set. I'm gonna make a bunch of temporary sessions. I want to see if that actually works. Great. Test tool. Marble. Chaos. Theory 3. Locked kit. Spider. Still count. Test again. 3. Backrooms. Midnight. It doesn't matter. Mob mode. More wave testing. Ranger. Create session. Leave. Manage. Resets. That's 12. Do it again. Again. Arena 1. Cloudy. Dusk. Free for all. Count. 20. Great. Leave. Great. Demo 1. Gray. Cycle. Normal. Mob. Stupid. Stupid. Heal. Fire mage. Great. Cancel. That's 14. Crap. 2 more. New session. Again. Halo. Chaos. Free for all. Locked kit. Kill count. 20. Session. There's no markers on that map. Need to update the map to do that. That should be 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 15. Yep. Okay. So one more, and I should do another page. Technically. Marble. Cycle. Chaos. Free for all. Ranger. Kill count. Custom. Beautiful. Awesome. Yay! It worked. I'm like, where's the page button? It doesn't show. Yeah, it's there. Okay, cool. It's okay. So all of them will be on pages now, so that'll work. That'll work awesome. Cool. Okay, that's done. Fantastic. This still shows. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, database migration. I'll do that later. Yeah, it'd be cool to look at the NPC editor to see if that specifically, if it's easy enough to create like custom mobs for this. That would be probably a good boost for the contest. Look at that later. Download that tool. Where they link to for that. Let's see how that works. But yeah, so how to like pre-package an arena or arenas so that basically if it's for that particular contest, we basically want to do, if you do SEK play or skill check play, you almost want like even on this page to have like quick buttons to quickly start a match that has that presets everything. And you just basically when you click the button, it's like you clicked on load preset that and it launches you here. You basically need this. one button from the front page to lead to this point. But that has to be from like a predetermined prefab. We just basically need to copy an arena that we have already and use that as its prefab. To like preload it. But that's gonna be a hell of a system. I did to figure that out though. Because that still would be cool in general to have in there, just because this is a really good admin tool of like how to set up an arena. But it would be cool for like people to upload like custom arenas, or like a way to analyze. Ooh, that could be cool actually as a tool. To analyze a prefab to automatically generate all the data for the player spawns and mob spawns and chest spawns, to do that automatically just from the prefab itself. That way it's automatically set. That would be okay. I'm gonna write that down. That's actually really cool. Features. Download. Yeah, that would be really cool. So if people have a prefab already set up, they can make it available for download. So if people download it, they can import it. Have import. Import prefab feature. Well. That would be really cool. And yeah, so you can import the prefab, and then it'll automatically just fill in the arena information for whatever the import is from that. That would be, yeah, that would be awesome. Yeah, because we want to like quick button access. And then yeah, throughout this week we'll do a bunch of different types of arenas. Like we'll have like this one, the Halo one, the other one over the arena one over there. Maybe background, clean it up a bit, make a bunch of like preset stuff. Because it would be cool. It'd be cool to have like a button, like also just even randomized. You click on the button that says like quick session. You click it, it just chooses a random arena, game mode, like whatever, or predetermined. And then you're like off. You're good to go. So Let me write that down too. A faster way to I guess from that page, it'd have to be, you'd have to ask if you're, how many players, right? If it's like 1, 2, 3, 4 plus, you can make it like an easier navigation to start rather than just like one button and then you're in the lobby. Because depending on whatever you click, if it's 1, then obviously the only mode that you can do is mob mode. If it's 2, then free for all. 1v1 would be, yeah, just free for all. Okay, so there's like preset combinations that we can like predetermine. Have quicker buttons for that. And you make just make pages that have bigger buttons. You just click between them. Make it like stupidly easy to choose. That would be cool. Quick. Flow. One page. And then based on what chosen. For the chosen, and then then. Save. All right, just writing down notes about that specifically. Yeah, because we're gonna want to pre-make like a weather cycle, a kit, chest loot, like at least one type for like a fresh, like basically like a fresh install, just so that it can work out of the box like instantly. That's basically what we're trying to do. Let's do this. You have each. Yeah. Make it easier. Yeah, that'll be cool. Yeah, because we can like because everything's basically put into like its own JSON file for each of the settings or each of the kits, right? I think. So we can like, for the new user experience, we can, when this gets generated for a new player, it'll add in the a default entry for each particular one. So it'll do a default, like it'll be skill check, kit, default kit, skill check, default chest, skill check, default mob wave, skill check, default weather. That way we can choose one off the rip. Could probably do that now, actually, because it's just just an extra entry to it. Save. Because we need that first before the quick session part, because then the quick session one's going to be like, can choose a predetermined set of that, and then you can just expand upon it from there. It's actually really, really cool. Okay, let's do this. Now, as the send. This is a big question mark. Yeah, so these features are going to be, so we're going to make this like feature rich so that when a new user uses this for the first time, there'll be a bunch of pre data in there so that it'll just work out of the box. Because we can do like a prefab with the plugin so that at least you have something to work with rather than having to create it yourself. Because that'll be really cool too. But yeah, to have the default data in there. Also asked it to make sure that it doesn't overwrite our previous data that's there, because we have a lot of information on this test server. Because technically, out of the box, you're gonna have no arenas or no information. So whatever we write, it's not gonna overwrite any other files. I'm trying to make sure that it just adds in that data as another entry, and it should be able to if there's the pre-existing ones. And if it is, I don't remember if. I think each kit is its own JSON file, so it should just be able to just add it in, and it shouldn't conflict with anything in that respect. We just have to make sure that we populate the default data with just vanilla or Hytale's vanilla stuff, like nothing modded. Which that's probably not going to know what it needs. I probably need to fill it out, and then we'll have the data to put into it to populate it. That's going to be the interesting part. Because I can probably make them on my side, and then give it to the files to the system. Be like, hey, these are just generate this. Basically, copy these files over, and these are what you're going to use as the default. That would make the most sense from this. Let's see what it comes up first, because it's not going to know the IDs for stuff. Besides, like, weather, it knows ahead of time. The kit's not so much. It's not going to know the IDs of what to use to populate them. That's going to be the interesting part. I'll have to design default kits for each of the ones that it can utilize it, right? Hmm. Hmm. What else should we name the Halo map as? Obviously, we can't name it Halo because, yeah. Balo. It's looking. I gotta make sure that whatever we choose I gotta make sure that the prefabs that we put into the plugin have to be vanilla. HYLO, yes. Uh-huh. Exactly. Be interested in this plan it's gonna write because it's not gonna know what data to pre-fill in it for the contents of like kit, mob, and chest. So I wonder how it's gonna figure that out. Unless it's gonna be like, hey, you need to give me this data, otherwise I can't do it. Excuse me. Oh, it's up way too early this morning. My eyes are tired. Okay, let's see what it says. Okay. Yep, it does. Yeah, the default kit and chest loot table will be created with no items entries. Can confirm. Yeah, I can give it a list. Yeah, I wrote it out. I'm gonna tell it what to do. Yes. And create those kits. Yeah, it specifically thought what I thought it was going to do. I was like, I can just make those kits in game with the same names and just give it those JSON files and be like, here, just use these files as the defaults for the plugin. It would be a lot easier to do that way. Exactly right. Yes, says it. Actually, the cleanest approach as it would work. You create the entity in-game kits waves cycle. The plugin writes a JSON file per entry respective directory. Give me those JSON files. I bundle them as class path resources. I seeded them in the class. Yep, that'd be perfect. Yep. Yeah, you provide the 4 JSON files created in-game committed to source main resources defaults. Simulate refresh. No, we don't need to do that. I mean, I think it means that for me to test that, I'm gonna test it. I'll test it in a new world locally just to make sure that, yeah. Restart plugin, 4 JSON files created, 1 per directory matches your source files. Yeah, I just want to verify that when I ask that or do that. Test. Ask. Yes, correct. Each seed method checks skips if found existing user data never touched on worlds and plugins already used. The seeder is not before entities. Cool. Okay. Cool. All right. So source main resources defaults. So I need to create the kit names correct for the defaults to work. Okay. Okay. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. Manage kits. New kit. Check. Kit. Cool. Upper bow. Should be fine. Armor. Upper legs. Hands. Chest. Head. Anything else? Not even named that way. Is it tools? No. Oh, yeah. I want to give let's see, food for sure. What is that showing? Not regen because it doesn't work. You. Health. 5. Let's do weapon. Copper dagger. Anything else? Arrows, food, potions, dagger, bow, axe, sword. Spear. Sword. We'll just give everything. Okay, that's fine. Okay. That's done. That should be default kit. It's all there, just to make sure that's there. Okay, let me check on the server. Yep, here it is. Download. Saved. Cool. All right, that's done. That's number 1. Okay, we got chests. New chest. Alt. Oops. Continue. God, this UI needs to get completely overhauled. Shields. Bow. X. Word. Comment. One. Armor. Um, 20. Save. Cool. Potions. Health. There. 1 to 3. Save. Save. Okay, good. Good enough. We can test it later on, but yeah. Loot done, finished. So 6 to 9 items per chest. Nice. And 50% weapon guaranteed for them. Back. Default loot. Go check out the server. Go to... Oh, as one long name. All right. Download. Cool. All right, done. So that's in mob template. New wave. Check. Defaults. What was that called? Over here. Waves. 10, and then we'll do 5 waves of 5 probably. Yeah, we'll ramp it up. This one. All right, configure mobs. I'll do skeletons at first. And next will be zombies. Confirm. Save. This is 6. Let's do... Got goblins, yeah. Lobber, ogre, scavenger, sword. 5, 6. Done. 0.3. This is 7. Flame golem. we'll do wolves. This is, I mean, you need 6 or 7. A4. And this will be 0.4. This is going to suck. Save. Yeah, 7. Okay, 5. Nice. And then boss. Outlanders, absolutely. Priest. 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. 6. 7. Yeah. There. And this will be 0.5. There you go. Waves done. Okay, it's done. Back over here. Wave template. Download of this naming conventions are different, which is hilarious. Actually seeing it now, doing it this way, but to see like what it actually named everything. It's all like weird. It's funny. All right, and then weather. New name. I'll check. Old cycle. All right. Hit loot waves cycle. Yeah. Cool. Okay, cool. And then we'll do fun. So sunny at first. Dawn. 20 seconds. So not too crazy. Although, yeah, swamp fog. Yes. 20 seconds. That step. We'll do Northern Lights, midnight. 20 seconds. Add a step. Cloudy Boreal Dawn. 20 seconds. Yeah, good enough. 4 cycles. So sunny to swamp to Northern Lights. That actually no, we'll do one more. We'll do snowstorm. No heavy snowstorm. Dawn. Dusk. 20 seconds. Perfect. Cool. Okay, that's done. Go back to here. Go to weather cycles. What? That's just not even named correctly. Cool. I download it anyway. Yeah, I'm just gonna dump these files into the folder that it said, and then be like, yeah, these are the ones that were there. Yeah, it's like the weather cycle. The weather ones are just like UIDs. It's just a bunch of numbers and letters. Nothing to do with a reference to the name of it at all. Yeah, it's just a cycle ID. The cycle name is correct, but the cycle ID is completely different. That's wild. Okay. Source. What it said I need to put it? Source main resources defaults. I'm gonna put those files in there. I'm gonna be like, hey, I put the JSON files in that folder. You can look at it and be like, hey, we probably need to fix the naming convention of what they are now, because that's gonna probably break so much shit. Especially if it's referenced from other files. I don't want to make sure that the naming is correct. We need a naming standard for them for sure. So this is good to do anyway for cleanup. Okay. Main resources defaults. Main resources defaults. Main is paste. Okay. Okay, gonna go back to this. I'm gonna go here. Yeah, I gotta tell it that. Okay. Copy the files for the files. Aiming for those always reference. Can we fix those? Gotta ask it. Yeah, this naming conventions, it was correct the first time for the first one, but then it changed every single step of the way. This naming convention changed and then got completely off base, or it referenced it weird. The naming of those JSON files are not correct overall. Yeah. How these are generated. Yeah, it's random for each one, which is, it's not, we need a standard. It needs to be standardized for us so that we know exactly what's going on. It's gonna be weird. That's not. Fully independent. No, that's not immense. Immense. Can we? I meant. Uh. I want to make sure that it gets the naming correct off the rip, not... It's like, oh, yeah, I can rename those files to be the default, the correct ones. I'm like, no, I want to do the naming correct for all of them because I don't want some... Like, the folders are correct, which is fine, but the naming within them is not right. Exactly. Yeah, okay, I got it. Cool. Yes, standardize the names. Because why? Why not? Why not? Confusing as hell. Yes, both in sequence, please. Thank you. All right, now I'll make sure it's correct. Scroll up. Okay, looks correct. Go. I was going to completely break from this. This just to be a hell of a lot cleaner in general for doing this. Cool. Doing it. You start. All right. Give it a whirl. Doing good. The naming of the kits and like all those files were completely random, so I'm standardizing them. Of course. It just got more and more off base. So now I get to see if okay, yeah, I'm wondering if the system's going to ignore the other previous ones. I might have to create a tool just to change the names. We'll have to see. No, they're still there. Yeah, now there's two because it dumped it in before. So I can delete the other one. All right, cool. So if I create a new one, it should use the new naming convention for it. I'll try it. Yeah, let me see. Yeah, so it's put kit, test kit something, and then a string, an ID afterwards. Okay, that's fine. As long as it's like a little bit more understandable of like what specifically it's doing. Because before it was like, it did chest loot. It did, or kits, it did the naming right, and then it changed it for chest, and then it changed it again for like mob. Like it completely just put like just basically an ID, like a huge string, ID string. But basically I'm just getting it to a point where thinking of like the playability of the plugin. Want to do the defaults, have defaults in first, like the straight up vanilla Hytale stuff. So I'm gonna have a default kit, chest, mob, weather. So those four will have defaults set. And then what we can do is include a prefab that will be 100% vanilla, so it doesn't need extra mods on the side for it to run. And then what I want to do is on this page, instead of like having just create session, have like a quick session button, and then that'll launch another question, basically, just to go through it. So basically, quick session button, and then the next page it'll say how many players. It'll ask you how many players. So like 1, 2, or 3 plus. So it's 3 buttons. You choose one of those, and then based on what you chose, it'll automatically choose the prefab for you and the settings based upon the defaults that we have, and launch you straight into the lobby. So there's no questioning about like, what do I choose? What settings do I have to put in? That way you can just jump into a game right away and see how it works, rather than trying to pre-configure everything before actually doing a round. Yeah. So basically that. So basically just another route to quickly play a game. That session, that part of it has to be built, and then also just we have to build a prefab that's just straight up, that's vanilla Hytale, that no mods or nothing. So probably remake this without the everything else, basically. Yeah, actually I'll do that. But I like this. I like this arena. Copy. Paste tool. Is it? Yeah, Shift C. There it is. And copy. All right, let me go over here. Perfect. Oh. Yes, everything's that's not vanilla, I'm going to remove from this arena. So that way we can use it as a prefab, like to put with the plugin. So all the lights and carpet got to go. Also, this is smart too because we can use this as an example. Like, or we'll have multiple arenas, but as an example of like, hey, if you load up the prefab into your world and paste it, you can just see how it's constructed for it to make sense, you know? Which also makes sense to do because, you know, the visual learning side of it's, yeah, awesome. It sucks that I'm surprised glass blocks are not in the game. Right? I also need to find some other lighting. I guess we could make our own light. We could technically make our own lighting. Since we have our custom blocks, we could technically put in our own custom, a bunch of other stuff. I was thinking about that before because, like, I love these neon lights, but it would be nice to have them in different shapes. And it's probably just an emission, right, to a block. So maybe tonight I'll look at that and Add that to our plugin. Because that would be really cool, and also because then you can have a more variety of colors. Would be cool, right? Oh. Yeah, I gotta look at the lighting. I'm not, yeah. I think I'm gonna end up making my own neon lights. Like make panels would be cool, actually. But different shapes would be awesome. I think this is all vanilla. Oh, nope. I love how the carpet hides that, though. It's so nice. Oh. You make sure no. Oh. And okay. I think that is everything here. And then we could do chests here too, since I might as well. Oh, that's right. I never made it this arena. Cool. That's perfect. Vanilla gray. All right, let's see the selection. I need to add in lights to this too, but that's fine. Okay, that's that from selection. Generate 8, 16, 6. Perfect. Dude, love it. It works so good. Okay, so those are set. Yeah, since we have our own custom blocks, I want to remake these into like different shapes. I would love to have like a panel would be awesome. It can't be that complicated. I'm gonna do that tonight. Because I want this because the neon lights look really cool, and I would love to have it as like a part of the mod, so because aesthetically it looks cool. It almost looks like laser tag too. But yeah, I want that for sure. The panels would be awesome. Plus, then you can make particular shapes and have it confined to like one little square. Yeah. For sure. I'll figure that out tonight. This will be awesome. Yeah. Super simple, quick way to start a match. And then I said you can give instructions on how to load in a prefab that's saved so you can view it, right? Oh, I forgot Cool. Gray. Yeah, so enough of a gap to run between. I like these pillars because then it just breaks line of sight from just other random crap that might be happening. This is super nice. These still work perfectly. So yeah, so this is all 100% Hytale vanilla. Besides the blocks, obviously that's just a part of our plugin. And then yeah, I'll work on our custom lights because I don't like Hytale's lighting system or their lights. They're just meh. Nah. Need more variety. Yeah, so that's done. Yeah, so the simplistic flow to start a quick round so that because specifically this is for the contest. So for people to try it out super quick. Well, to make sure that, yeah, starting a new world and just doing it even on our own, we can just load it and do it really quick and make sure that flow is good. And then, yeah, that would be just a good example of, like, what you can do just from that. But I wanted to make sure that visually, we'll have to play test it, though. We'll have to make sure that from the whatever arenas that we choose to put into like the prefab selection, that they're just fun in general, and it's like good lighting changes, making sure that the fog or the weathers that we choose are not like overwhelmingly foggy where you just can't see shit, or if that does happen, it only lasts like 5 to 10 seconds and then it immediately swaps to something like actually visible. Because that's always the worst in games, is when their lighting is really bad, and especially for like horror games, and it's just pitch black, and it's just like, what's the point? I can't see shit. It's not scary at all. Like, it's not fun. So just a balance between like the level of visibility and just the pacing of the gameplay. So we need to make sure that that flow is good before like finalizing that stuff. Boom. It. Prefab. Created. Awesome. All right, so we got our vanilla one. Has no lighting in it at all. So yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm going to work on that tonight. I have no idea how this is going to work. I said hopefully I can reference this somehow or just see how it's done. Or what properties it has. And then I probably have to go into, what is it? The model editor, right? Yeah, create your own models and animations. You said, Alden, that wasn't too bad, right? Creating your own models. Because for the panel, it's going to be like, what? A pixel wide and then full size, like the full... I'm guessing I don't even know how dense the models actually are in relation to like a block. Is it certain pixel density? Like 32 pixels, 64? Is there a certain like range? That I have no idea. I'm completely blind. But if it's easy enough to make my own model as like the template of what it should be, then applying other stuff to that should be relatively simple, I guess. It would just be way cooler. Because how would that happen? Like, because you think about functionality, right? So like, this has bright red, and then that's all like these. You're limited to these colors, right? Obviously, I would have more and like just solid primary colors and just varieties of colors, which is just a crap load of more models to and IDs to track and everything. It would be cool to have like, it'd be cool to have almost like a block picker, kind of like this, and you have like not an admin page, but like a color picker page, and you right click on the particular ID or the particular block, and you can change. You get like basically a color wheel, and you could choose whatever color you want, rather than being limited to the texture. I wonder if that's like super convoluted or not. You know what I mean? Like, if I had something like this and I just go up to it and go right click on it, and then it comes up with a page that says choose a color, and then you just pick the color, and then once you apply it, it just changes that block to that color. Like, how it should be crazy, right? Because I think everything basically has its own JSON file, right? Of how Hytale is designed, or what it seems like. Why couldn't we dynamically change lights, and then you could have any color of the rainbow that you wanted as an emission, like right off the rip? That would be freaking awesome. You could have like a bunch of presets of like, you know, the color of the rainbow, and then you could have custom, like you could have custom colors. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that tonight. Because I want better lighting options. Damn it. I want better lighting options. I'm gonna do that. Work on that. All right, ladies and gents, thank you so much for watching. Big progress. Really cool. Bunch of big fixes. I'm gonna work on the lighting because I want to get that good for not only the plugin itself, but also for if setting this up for the contest, we want to make sure that everything works and plays good too. Oh, I forgot that. Okay, what else did I miss? I keep forgetting. Oh. Good. Remake the prefab again. Whoops. Cool. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna work on that. I'm gonna see how complicated it is to do that. Hopefully not too bad. It seems like there's just like you do the block creation part of it, and then you apply texture to it, basically, right? That's what it seems like how it's set up. Yeah, so I'm gonna get cracking on that. But yeah, thank you so much for watching. I appreciate it. I'll be back tomorrow. I said hopefully earlier. I want to start early. It might be stupid early because if I just happen to wake up earlier in the morning, I might just go live like stupidly early. I might not ping Discord just because it might be stupidly early. And just continue going through this process. I want to get the quick creation. The quick arena creation, quick arena play down based upon the options that you choose would be a lot of fun. Whatever like fine tunes the process, or like whatever is easiest to get a person into a game that downloads it for the first time would be really cool. All right, I'm gonna go. I'll see you later. Thank you again for chilling. Appreciate it. Make sure you hit the like button on YouTube if you're watching. And yeah, I'll see you later.